Hello, Caleb. How are you doing? All right, and we're good there as well. And there. Hello, Janine. How you doing? Hello, Enrico. He almost first, Enrico. How about that? Yes. And we got a little bit of music going. There we go. Scammed again, right? How you doing, Cat Peasant? Oh, thank you so much, Caleb. Thank you so much. Oh shit! Thank you extra much. Thank you so much, Caleb. I really appreciate that. Thank you, buddy. His name is Moist Pump. I don't know. That made me laugh. That's funny. Thank you so much, Caleb. That's very kind of you. Sorry, I missed the ending, Cat Peasant. I think the VOD should be there, though. Yeah, it's showing where I left off. That's cool. Yeah, I'm good now, I'd say. I managed to go and work out yesterday, and I am sore today. I'm happy about that. Yes, we're gonna do a game, doll. I mean, it wouldn't be this stream otherwise, would it? All right, I'm trying out a new caffeinated drink today. This one has lemon flavor. Oh, that's really disgusting. It tastes like medicine. If there was like a uniform taste for medicine, this would be it. You know what? It's not too far away from Toilet Lime, flavor-wise. I think this looks like some 1990s game, maybe. I wonder, is this a zombie game? It's not. What could this be? Is that an ammo belt? This looks so familiar. I don't know. Yes, that is it, Cat Peasant. It's Lemsip that it tastes like. Damn. Oh, it's Doom? No. This isn't Doom. Where's the helmet? What the hell is this? What is this? What? This is the cover we all know and love, right? You never see the face of the dude. This, I don't know what this is. What is this bullshit? Doom if Roblox made Doom, right? Alright, I'll take the L on that one. You get some Red Bull. Yeah. So what have we got going on today? We are possibly going to introduce a new operator today. So this is what is that conversation? So I started this because I want to have a conversation. So I started this thing, right? So conversation to be had. So we're in streamer mode, which is why we don't see the full name, but that's me. State prefix and template. Need to decide what to do with globals, attributes, and state. The components should no longer have external state. This should be rolled into attributes, and the attributes should be accessible in the template. This will result in templates having at least two prefixes, state field and attributes field, right? So, and obviously, we might have one for globals as well. I don't know yet, right? So how would we do? So this is obviously syntactically incorrect. This would evaluate to a Boolean statement. So this is either true or false, right? Because it's an or. So this is a conversation we need to have about the state prefix. In other words, if we have to prefix state in the template with state.fieldName, we can use such wonders as tuple structs and enums for state. And that would be a big win for us. If we do this, we also lose the ability to override values in the state with external states. So we need a mechanism for that too. We could use the question mark operator here. So we could do state x or. So we would read this as either this value or that value. Or that value or that value, right? So I think this will give us what we need. And I don't think we use the question mark for anything else. So this should be okay. Can anyone see a reason not to do this? Now, I understand that's a difficult question, but I just wonder if anyone has any thoughts around this thing. I tried to have a conversation, but I get that it's a bit daunting to talk about syntax and such. So there is that, right? But in the meantime, we have a problem. Because this test is now suddenly failing. We're going to run the test on, I think this is the dev branch. And the test is not failing here. So something has changed between this branch. If we pull this now. Okay, so between dev and now, okay, let's do a get diff then and see what we're doing here that might cause this to fail. That one I'm okay with. Taking that out of the two backend, that's fine. Bringing that back in is fine. That has nothing to do with anything, I think. Oh, goodness me, that's gross. Yeah. At least lamb sip is kind of warm, so you get that pleasant comfort from drinking lamb sip. But this is not warm. This is just gross. Wow, I saw nothing in here that should indicate that the test would fail. These are all backend changes. Oh, it might be this. Maybe it's that has an impact. Make this better somehow. Okay. I don't know how we would make that better, but there we are. Oh, we're adding a full stop. Okay. Very important. Medicinal. Okay, well, I guess there's nothing more to do than to make sure that this is actually happening. Maybe the reset layout is never occurring as a result of that. Yeah, there's a lot that has changed around that, so I'm guessing that's where the issue comes from. Craggle T. Yeah, it's all the same error. So then we can comfortably say that this is a result of the test being a bit testy. Okay, index out of bounds, layout text, and actually it's all layout text, and this is coming from VStack and clamping. So yeah, all right. Although I'm a little bit uncertain of the VStack. Is that all we have though? Cargo test, all. Is it just 3 failing tests? Well, that might be all we see. Yeah, because it doesn't run the rest of the tests, right? That's... Nah, let's just deal with it one thing at a time, right? Okay, so here's our failure, for instance. And this comes from just one test, so this one doesn't actually change. Okay, why don't we try to run this code then to make sure that it's... Yeah, that's fine. So we need a new render for the widgets then. Here. What does render assert do? Well, it gets a cycle. So far, so good. All right, you're trying to be helpful. Thank you. Okay. We end up with a factory here, backend states component register blah. This is just making self. Let's go into, yeah, thank you. Yeah, not helpful. All right, thanks. Is the widget cycle not running? Is that what is happening? Okay, so let's do this thing then. Okay, so it's in the paint function where this thing is failing. What are the needs here? It is paint. So we should be in the cycle at this point. But we are not. Well, we probably are, but there's just a lot of other things going on as well. Come on, man. I think one of the features that I'm missing from Rust, I normally don't mind. I take the language for what it is and I just roll with it, right? But there is a feature, and that's the ability to run only one test. Now, before you say, but you can run just one test. No, you can't. You can ignore the output from all but one test, but you still run all the tests, and that sucks. So if I were to build and run just one test, it would still run all of them. I would still have breakpoints for all of them. Here we are, right? So this is what I want to know. And because it's running tests the way it does, we might not be able to get here. So we can do this. Okay. And then hope that we are in the right place now. See how many times we got attribute stores. There's no way we're not running this on multiple threads. Hello, Kenny. How you going? We're gonna update NeoVim now. Or our plugins. Oh, that sucks, buddy. Okay, we're gonna try to add -J1 to this thing. I don't have high hopes for it, but we'll try. Oh man, you're doing my head in, Rust. Really? All right. Okay, still not okay. Oh my god. All right. Okay. So we can do this way instead. No, okay. Middle finger to me for trying that. Mierda! Joder, puta! Sorry. Okay, here we go. Okay, right. Let's print out the widget. So we have now done a layout, and this thing now wants to be positioned. And it should now want paint. Oh, why is this failing to paint then? Time to make sure everything burns? Yeah. So does that mean that you get to work from home then? So, or rather like that you get to hang out at home and you're just on call? Or does it mean that you're working but you're also on call? This should now fail. And it did. See, now it's running all of the tests. Damn. So you're working and you're on call. That sucks. Okay, we can do this. We can go to the VStack and we can put a breakpoint there, and then we can find the paint function and put a breakpoint there as well. I can't see anything in the text widget having changed though. What is it that actually changed? I need to redo the text layout thing because it's really heavy-handed right now. But that can wait. We don't need to deal with that just yet. Okay, so wait. If this what? If this thing is not needs paint, then return, and then we set the needs to paint. This makes no sense whatsoever. What lunatic wrote this? We know who wrote this. We will never get past this thing if the widget doesn't need to be painted. And then we say that it needs to be painted. What a redundant thing to do. But okay. Right. Wait, why is there a breakpoint there now? Oh, this is too much fun. Fiddlesticks. So as you can see, we set the breakpoint here and we want to go to paint. We can't just set a breakpoint on paint because then we end up here before we hit the first breakpoint. That's because the test runner will run all the other tests. It just won't do anything with the output. Which widget is this? That's the container widget. There is no container widget in there. So we're already off to a bad start. You can't, Keeney. It's a... it's gonna just ignore the output. That doesn't actually run just one test. Okay, I will show you. If I'm wrong, I'll be very happy. Okay. Okay, hang on. For this thing to make sense, we need to have a function. All right, and we actually need to call the function. Okay, we got one test there. You see we're running one test. We're running one test. Everything is fine. Yeah. Okay. Put a breakpoint on everything. Okay. Let's run it twice. Right? Let me show you that again so you can see that it's actually happening, okay? We restart the test. We're gonna run this thing, which is calling only running one test, right? You can see this, it's only running one test, okay? Say, hey, we're running everything. And if I continue now we're hitting this thing once. If I type continue again, we hit it again. So it doesn't actually run one test. It runs all tests, but you only get the output for one test, okay? So even though you can run just one test, it's still gonna compile all the tests and run them. You just won't get the output for them, right? Hang on. I hope I'm wrong. There's one thing we can do here. Now, I might be wrong, and if I am, I will be super happy. So, no, because the test was called A and B. You're not gonna get the wrong test name from that regex. But I wonder if maybe my debugging test code is wrong. And I hope it is. I really hope there is a bug in my code. I don't know. What does this actually return? Oops. I might be wrong. And I'm hoping I'm wrong here. Oh, we have 2 of these open. That doesn't matter. So this one... This is the... Maybe we have to... pass the name. Right? So we have this... You might be onto something. Oh, I think I had a bug in my code. Oh my god. That would be the sweetest bloody thing ever. Oh my god. Good call, Kinney. Good call. We need this. Whoops. Ah! Will this work? Whoops, we weren't even in them. Okay, that was not right. Oh shit, that's what we need. Oh man, if this works, this will save me some pain. No, how do we pass arguments to Rust GDB? Yeah, I know. I'm confident that it's a bug now. How do we pass args to term debug? So term debug command. No. Yes. No. Okay, hang on. Now, that's clearly not what I ran. All right, let's copy all this. Yeah, nice in there. All right, so the old feature bullshit has to go. Okay, so so that's big. We just need a test name then. Like that. Thank you, Kinney. That is probably what we need. Get rid of that. Oh, man, what a pain. I've been living with stupid. So if we put a breakpoint, we go up here, we put a breakpoint here now, and we run the test again. Continue once, and now no more. Yes. Okay. Whew. Bonus. Can't believe I've had that. And now we still have to use term debug, yeah? No, we don't. Wait, do we? Yes, we do. Yeah. We have to use term debug command, otherwise it won't work. Once in here. Yeah, excellent. Good work. Then we're gonna commit this. Whoops. What a misconception, eh? Well, I'm really happy we explored that, because now my life quality has gone up 1001%. Then we're gonna get out of here. We can actually debug this thing. So if I go to paint now, and I restart the test, we should not hit the paint function more than once. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you again, Kitty. Well, if nothing else, today has certainly not been a wash. Hello, Kuva, man. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for the shout out yesterday. Sorry for the raid and run. No, I don't use Helix. This is just NeoVim. NeoVim with term debug. I wrote down like the 3 steps that I went through to set this up here. It's actually very, very simple for anyone who's using Vim or NeoVim. It works with both. And this has nothing to do with any kind of package manager that you need to install or anything. This is literally built into Vim, right? I mean, it's outlined here. So it's just do this, then do that, and then you're done, right? And these are the commands you can run. If you want to get a little bit fancier, you can use this GDB dashboard, but I stopped using it. It would show you things like locals and stuff, but, you know. It's all good. Yeah, so if you've ever used a, let's not say managed language, because that's not, if you ever use like a garbage collector language with a runtime and everything, the chances are that you probably have quite a nice experience with debugging. For instance, when I was programming C#, the debugger was just out of this world. It was so good. Inspecting memory, reflection, and all these things, right? And then you get into something like Python, maybe, where the debugger is just amazing, right? And then you got C and Rust and these languages. And now debugging becomes a little bit more awkward because you don't have accurate representation of things. Everything is very noisy and wordy. You get namespaces behind everything. So your debug output looks a bit meh. When it comes to GDB, we have locals, but you might not want to look at them, right? I mean, look at this thing, right? Don't write bugs. Well, if life was that simple, right? Actually, it's surprising this caffeinated drink doesn't have the gross residue like the other one does. Blah, blah, blah. Medicinal. All right. Yeah. Not writing bugs is obviously the way to go. So, Kuva, man, I got a question for you. I got quite a few questions for you, right? But I'm gonna start off with some, right? So, how long were you programming Rust before you decided that you were gonna hop into to do Bevy, right? Like, how much time had you spent with Rust before you said, okay, it's time to give Bevy a whirl, right? Do you remember how much time you spent in Rust before that? Hello, Ramadan. I'm all right. How you doing? Ah, finally we can debug the paint. Oh shit! What happened, Ramadan? I've used Rust for a bit more than 8 years now. I had a small custom engine all this time. I only tried Bevy last year, but you got 8 years of Rust experience before that. That's very good. Because I was thinking about this. Someone came into my stream yesterday and was sharing their experience using Rust and the difficulties of using Rust, and they were trying to use Bevy, and they did not have 8 years of Rust experience. They had a 6-hour video of Rust experience, right? So it's interesting to see, what did you do before Rust? And what happened, Ramadan? We really need to get us. I really need to set it up so I can get others. So you can do like the knock thing and you can stream with other people, but that was super jank. But we need to get like Discord set up, right? So we can have other streamers on the stream as well. I think that'll be fun. Let's see. Before Rust, I was looking for a good language for a while. I mostly use Java at work, C# for person. Okay. D-Lang? Really? Okay. I haven't really met more than like maybe one or two, as met as online D-Lang enthusiast, right? I get the feeling that D-Lang is maybe doesn't have a bright future, but I don't know. I might be entirely wrong. I might be entirely wrong with that one. I actually like C# as a language. It's quite boring. And the work I did with it was boring, but I really didn't love the work I had to do with C#. But the language itself was kind of boring in a good way. 4 months ago, did some blood tests. Cholesterol was sky high, not good. LDL was 3.2, don't know what that means. Change of diets, good work. Cut all the sugar, stop snacking, nice. Cut out fizzy drinks, super healthy. Lost 10 kilos, congratulations. So do you still have high cholesterol? The ecosystem around these seems pretty dead, but the language itself is neat. Assembly for life. Honestly, what a weird prefix. Dishonestly, right? I don't really care for assembly. I think assembly was fun when I programmed it, and I did some stupid things with assembly the other day just because. But I don't really find assembly to be interesting as a language. It's noisy and unpleasant to read. Hello, Adamiza. Although I don't actually believe you beat assembly for life, right? But that would be the one language that's always going to be around. Yeah, that's what I did, right? Well, I didn't bother to qualify the full path because assembly is just pulled in by default, right? Assembly is the foundation. No, I think that was Isaac Asimov. How you doing, Monsieur? Hey, aren't you streaming right now, Monsieur? Are you hanging out here and streaming? I've been doing work with, I'm guessing, Dual Chat, that you are working in the field of embedded in that case, right? Hello, Emil. You but gave up on your Terminal 3. What are you talking about? You gave up? As in for the day or for good? Also Delphi? Oh man, I haven't programmed Delphi since the 90s, right? Yeah, I kind of guessed that, Georgia, because there's not really any reason to write assembly today other than maybe some SIMD stuff or what have you for any of the mainstream CPUs in consumer computers, right? It went up after your diet change. Oh, okay, then I understand. That's crazy, Armadon. I'd want a full investigation into that. How can that be? All right, that sucks. Hopefully, it's just like a temporary spike or something. We are fixing things. I was making it so I can export things to load into Blender and then import from Blender for the day. Okay, all right, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was like, you can't give up now. What do you think of Java? I think Java is actually quite interesting. I think Java is really interesting because, and I said this yesterday, the JVM, so Java is pretty fast and optimized. And at the same time, the JVM is simple enough that one person can read and implement the specification without having to be some kind of genius. I never give up my project. I just pause them and start new ones. Yes. GitHub, another word for GitHub is graveyard of side projects, right? Also robotics, but I'm going to qualify robotics as embedded. Fair enough. Food has very little to do with cholesterol. I thought food had a lot to do with cholesterol. I mean, you always get that like parallel between salt and cholesterol, right? So I'm sitting in the kitchen eating salt with a spoon and the wife's like, oh, your cholesterol. Shut up. Give me more salt. We should go back to Fortran. I'm glad that you're not in charge though. All right. I'm just saying. But that's really good though. Like, don't forget to celebrate that. Losing 10 kilos, if that was your goal, is really good. Hello, Daniel. I'm working on a TUI library. I'm going to show you in a second. That widget needs to look similar to how I'm planning my high-level library. My idea is to pass around a bunch of bit flags to the widget. Yeah, so... this one came from needing more granularity. So we can change a widget and just say the only thing you need to do after changing is repaint or reposition. And we say, so I don't know if you saw the stream where I ran this side by side with Ratatouille and Ratatouille was always faster. With this thing, we are beating the pants of Ratatouille with our 314,000 widgets, right? But that's because Ratatouille rebuilds the layout every frame, right? So it's not hard to beat that once you see that. Did you know that Fortran has a web client? Update context, request, store request. It will set those two flags. All right. Why not COBOL then? Does anyone care about COBOL? Is there anyone in the chat who's actually programming COBOL and care about COBOL? Good. So what I did, you see, is I actually implemented the conversation we had the other day, what you mentioned. I've implemented that, but I'm not seeing any performance boost yet from that because I'm not doing anything that would warrant that, right? My old library rebuilds per frame but keeps super smooth frame rate. How would you do that if the rebuild takes longer than the frame, right? The only language from those days I'm interested in is Ada. Ada Spark is a thing. That's kind of interesting. How you doing, Land Elite? I'd rather optimize 2-tree thing rather than Ratatouille callback manual right flush for each. I'm sure there are 5 people in the world using COBOL. No, but the company's mainframe does. Your company has a mainframe. Every time I see the word mainframe, I'm thinking like misconceptions in TV shows and movies or something from the 80s. Yeah, but there's no reason not to take it, right? My rebuild takes around 500 microseconds. I'm for 100,000 widgets. I'm assuming that you're just stopping the rebuild in that case, so you don't actually build 100,000 widgets. Do we still have blade servers laying around? I remember when we had this insanely noisy blade servers at work, at one place I worked in. But I don't know. I mean, maybe they kept the brand around. I thought the blade was just going to be around for a bit, and then they changed the name. But you know, exactly right. So it becomes a question, right? Um, if you here's the thing, though, Musean. Okay, here's the thing. If you have an overflow widget, right, or something you can scroll, and you want to scroll to the bottom of your 100,000 widgets, I'm gonna assume that you're actually gonna build all 100,000 widgets then, right? I think Locke is what was your specialty? Podometrist? I think Locke is a trained medical professional, unlike everyone else in the chat. When every website needed Flash, HP still does Blade. Oh, really? Okay. Yes and no, I don't. If you don't, then how can you calculate the offset? If you don't know the size, how can you calculate the offset? What magic do you know that I don't, Musin? Podiatrist, yeah. Yes, but I bet you that you are not gonna do 100,000 widgets in 500 microseconds, though, right? I challenge you, buddy. All right. Anyway, impressive nonetheless, right? Impressive nonetheless. I think I'd love to have your input on anathema at some point. When we've done the last bit of work now, which is gonna be a big breaking change, then once I've done that, I would love to hear your input on some of these things, right? See where we can optimize it and what we can do to improve performance. But now I've broken something and I don't exactly know what, so we're gonna try to fix this. But then you have to build the whole tree, right? You have to build the whole tree so you have your 100,000 widgets. That's what I'm saying is you're not going to build 100,000 widgets in 500 microseconds, right? The tree gets diffed. Yeah, but you have to have a tree to diff. That's what I'm saying. You can't have a tree without having a tree, right? But anyway, the point is moot for me right now because I just I have some completely unrelated bug that I need to fix. But the initial tree build is super fast. Yeah, but you still have to do the... Oh, okay. You build the tree, but you don't have any... You don't perform any layouts or anything, so you just build the tree. Gotcha. Okay, I think I see what you mean then, right? Yeah. Don't have any box stuff. No, and I'm guessing that you can build the entire tree without performing any layouts or anything on it. And that will be fast enough. Whoops, we just named something 2 here, didn't we? Right, so we're gonna find out why this thing is failing. See, that comment confuses me, because how do you know what's visible without having gone through the layout step, right? Like, how do you know what's actually there? Well, I guess if you start from the absolute top, then you can start laying out until you get to the end of what is visible. My question to you is, do you keep 2 trees around? Do you have a visible widget tree and an entire widget tree? Because that's something that I was actually thinking about, right? Well, I do have a separate one for floating widgets, but that's part of a secondary map. That's not its own tree. Okay, so why is this thing failing now? Why is, if we run this locally, this renders, but it fails in the test? Bunch of secondary trees for layout sizes and event state. Yeah, I started looking at that, but keeping the trees synchronized looked a bit of a mess, so I opted not to do that because I didn't want to change the root tree structure. Okay, but we're gonna park that line of inquiry for now and see if we can get this bug fixed instead. So let's do that. For some reason, the paint is not working, so let's have a look at render asserts here. So we're gonna do, this is just gonna make an expected frame out of this thing that we can compare. But we're not even getting there. I guess we could work backwards from the text layout and see what's going on there, because this is 100% to do with the text. We could look at what we have in terms of our constraints from our paint function. So according to this thing, we're going to start off at position 1 and we're going to draw 2. That's our clipping region. So that one's fine. So we have basically 2 cells that we can draw in. From 1 to 2 and from 1 to 3, going vertically and horizontally 1 to 2, right? We have a width, yeah. So here is basically a reflection of this region here, and we're gonna start off drawing at 1, 1. That's because we have a border. So that looks fine. Hello, Danaka buddy, how you doing? Yeah, I do that too. So I literally have in my runtime. We have like a cleanup where we clear all these things, right? But we clear the back end. We are clearing the changes and the dirty widgets, and that's not the right step. Here is the right step. Here are the secondary maps, where we are removing things from attribute storage. If a widget has been removed, then we're going to clear the attribute storage. Floating widgets have been removed, and this is where we clear them. And then we have dodgy remove here, which needs a little bit of work, but Yes. Anyway, moving on from that now. So we're gonna iterate through the children, and we're gonna do some painting on the children. So let's get into this one. Let's see what is the child in this case. No, jump. Thank you. Monday morning of misery. What? Monday mornings are great. So here's our text. Here's our text one, right? So this thing must have gone through layout. So this one should need paint. Yeah, that is correct. So this one needs paint. Yeah, that's exactly how my secondary maps works as well, right? So you insert. So the disadvantage of that is that you create gaps in the secondary maps, right? Unless you use a sparse index, which I don't, because the number of components are not going to be that many. But yeah. Anyway, how you doing, cat peasant? How you doing? Well, I did ask you that already. We talked about the on-call thing. Yes, I forgot to finish your video this morning. I'm going to. But we're doing this thing. I got a little bit too addicted to watching YouTube videos when I was sick. I was just laying on the sofa, wasting my time watching YouTube videos, and I decided not to do that now. I decided to just stay off YouTube. So I don't basically open YouTube on anything other than to play this music when I'm not streaming, right? Sorry. Yeah. So we're doing this as a family. The wife is staying off Facebook. I am not watching YouTube, and our child is miserable. So when they come home, they put the phones away. We're gonna see how long this will last. But it was scary how much time you can just waste on YouTube. You can easily just blow 4 hours without realizing what happened, right? Switch your dev project to your graphic stuff. Yeah, it was really fun to see the intro that you had there, starting off with something that looked like ANSI art and ending up in increasing the resolution, right? Who breaks into a school? I'm gonna steal some learning. Okay. So we're going to call paint here. So is this region wrong? It really isn't. This is giving us a 1x1 region. Buy my first ABC on the black market. Hello, Dottie. Set clipping region. Yeah, so this one is still fine. So here we're just setting the attributes that we have. This is a little bit funny. I think I'm making a mistake in my paint function then. Oh, I'm guessing there's like computers and stuff at the school, and also the people who broke into school were probably children as well, right? Yeah, I bet. Do we not have an ident here? Is this because we have a container and not? Yeah. We can't ask the ident. Hello, Temporus. How you doing, buddy? That actually makes me think of something. I wonder if we could do this. No, that's not okay. All right. I lost track of where I was. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to ignore you. I don't want to be impolite, but I can't keep up with that conversation and trying to fix this at the same time. All right, so let's rerun this thing. So render assert, we're gonna end up in, actually, no, we want to rerun this thing, but we want to do this on the paint function. So we want to get to, okay, there's already a breakpoint there. We want to get into this inner paint. So we're skipping these attributes. So we join the attributes. Okay, step into that one. Why did that not step into? That did not step into anything. So it's calling container paint. I have to rerun this thing again. Oh my god. So we're now calling paint on the V stack. And then we're calling inner paint. But isn't this the V stack? No, this has to be the text element in that case. Okay. Step into this thing. So this is it maybe it's unable to step into it, and that's what the issue is. Okay, so why don't we just start with going from here to the text paint function. So we just do this, right? Oh, V-stack is a vertical stack though, right? Yeah, no, that didn't show me much. All right, calculate the X value. So this one should probably... I think this one is unnecessary. I think we can actually save a little bit of performance by not calling set style anymore. This used to be relevant, but actually it would be... All right, we're not going to fix that. We're not going to fix that now. Okay, here's the letter A. We create a glyph from there. Or glyphs from there. Okay, place glyphs. Step into that one. That should have a width of 1. And it does. Why is it doing that? Okay. Right, so this is just the letter A in there, which is correct. All right, we are able to place this thing. Yes. So technically, this is place the character, and then that would be find the screen position. Find the position on the screen. All right. Okay. Then we update the position now. So if we look at this thing, this has now moved. But this is... No, these are the local... This is the local position, right? Hello, Maccabee. How are you? It is serious, Doddy. I have introduced a bug somewhere. So I have 3 pull requests that I need to merge today. No, 2, no, 3. I think we have 3 we have to merge today. But we are... Yeah, there's 3 we're going to merge today. But we need to get the test passing before we can do that. Very good on the test, by the way, Doddy. I think you had tests in yours, did you? I have to approve this thing, by the way. So maybe I jumped the gun with that comment. No, you have tests. Very good. Good on you for writing tests. I appreciate that. Okay, so we return in the position. We're setting the attributes. This I think we can get around. I think we can get around this. We have, as far as I'm concerned, painted this correctly now. I have no idea why. Why are we doing a second paint call? Huh. This is a little bit concerning. Why are we doing a second paint call? Huh. No, what? We're doing a third paint call, are we? No, we're not. We're just backing out of the function now. Okay, that makes sense. And now it has failed the test. I honestly don't get it. I have no idea why this test is not passing. No idea. Are we calling layout multiple times? No. No, we're not. So this is calling layout once. Twice. Huh. Why would it call layout twice for something that only happens once? That seems pretty stupid. And then it dies on lines. What is it that is causing this thing to be called twice? All right, let's just hop into this thing. And let's go up from here. This should land us inside the cycle, the widget cycle call, where we do all of these things. Nothing has changed for the many layouts, has it? Well, actually, this might be a simple case of there being two tests for this. Nope, there isn't. All right, we're just gonna have to look through this thing. Hello, Skylar. How are you doing? This should only be called once. And it is only called once. So how come the layout is called twice? I'm good. Because Keeney challenged my nonsense, I found a bug in my debug code, which I'm very happy about that I found it, not that I had it. But okay, this one only called layout once, but the text widget has layout called twice. Once there. All right, that was the wrong thing. Once there, text. Once there, okay. So here's the first call to layout on the VStack, which leads us to the first call to layout on the text, which leads us to the second call to layout. Why? Why are there two calls to layout? Okay, we'll start with the first one. So we get to the VStack, we get to the text. Okay, let's walk up from here to see where we are now. We're only calling layout once there, okay? This is the container that's gonna map to the border. Okay, where are we in the grand scheme of things here? Calling any layout on the container. Did you see the conversation I started in Discord, Skylar? About using the question mark operator. No one wanted to join that conversation, so I think I'm making an executive decision. Unless there is a reason not to, as in someone can prove that it will not work, then maybe not. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go for it. This is a single layout. This is for each with mute, blah, blah, blah. Didn't even see it. No, that's fair enough. I think I know what the problem is. But it shouldn't be. No, can't be. Can't be that. Okay, where are we here? Border layout. Yeah, it cannot be part of the border layout because that wraps everything. We need to end up where the cycle call is. The cycle run function. This is it. we're never calling floating. Okay, let's continue. We're now on the second call of this thing. And let's start walking up. If it doesn't need layout, then we just return in the size. And that's what we should be doing. Question is, are we still in the same cycle call? I think we might be. We are. So this thing should only happen once, right? Let's run this code. So this takes us now to the cycle call, which takes us to the VStack layout, to text layout, again back to the text layout because magic, and that's it. Why do we get 2 layout calls for the text widget? Multiple text nodes? Yes, that is obviously it. Oh my god. I am so incredibly smart. For some reason, this is the test that I started with, which has the same bug. Good times. Okay, well, in that case, I think I know what the issue is. It's gonna be on the... Elke, imagine this issue. Is this the old post by Andrew? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that one, Museum. I don't think that's the reason. There's also a post by him from like 12 years ago asking how to open a file in C++, and now it's made SIG. That's kind of funny. Okay, so we are ending up, I think we might end up with 3 paint calls. So I think I see what the problem is. All right. So we are, this is the first one, and this is the paint call. So we're gonna go, let's rerun this thing. Actually, we can just rerun all the way up until here, and then we're gonna stop this. Nope. Yes, maybe. I don't know. There we go. Okay, so this is our first paint call. This one comes through all right. This is our second paint call. Here's our third paint call. That should never happen. This one should never happen. And the reason it happens is because now I have to think. Thank you all for the follows, by the way. And now I have to think. There's a change in the logic around this that I didn't foresee. Okay, in the current incarnation of Anathema, we end up with a... We have a... you know what, I'm going to stand for a bit. I haven't done that for a while. in the current version of Anathema, we are the youth of a nation. No, we are just setting flags, but these are multiple Boolean values, right? So if we go and look at the a little bit short here, aren't I? That should be right. So we're setting flags with the, where are they? Widgets. Container. No, that's the wrong place. That's an interesting letter B or P, isn't it? Is it this button? Yeah. So I can draw all kinds of funny characters with this. Anyway, unrelated. Here we go, right? If it needs layout. Hello, ModProg. How you going, buddy? So if it needs layout, it's going to go to needs position. If it doesn't need position and the position is self position, then we're going to return. This has changed. And then we say the needs position is false. And then finally on paint, we're only painting if this thing doesn't need layout or positioning. Now we don't really do this exact same thing anymore. And this is where I think it's going wrong. So if the needs are not layout, then we're going to return self size. So let's have a look at that in here. If the needs are not layout, I'm going to look at this one, then we're returning the size. So far, so good. And then we're saying that the needs are of that of position, right? So you need to position this thing. Afterwards, we're doing the same thing here. And when we get to position, we're saying that the needs are, if they're not positioned and the position is equal to our current position, then we're fine. So if the needs are not positioning and the position is equal to our current position, then we're just going to return from here, meaning there is no positioning to be made, which is the same thing as we're doing here. And we say needs position is false. And then we get to paint. And if we don't need to layout and we don't need the position, if we need to layout or need position, then we can't paint. But here we're saying if we don't need paint, then return. Which isn't quite the same thing though, is it? So here we're defaulting everything to always need paint. Here we're not. We're starting off with a needs layout being true. This is this one is set to true by default when you create a container. Here. Right, the layouts is set to true, position is set to false. When we go here, we say the needs are that of layout, which is the same thing. So I'm thinking that the needs for the VStack here, wrong project. Let's just undo this. And look here. The reason this is passing is because the third widget Now, thanks to Kenny, we can actually debug this proper. So let's see if we end up with a third paint call here. Here's the first one. Here's the second one. There's no third one. Okay. Do we end up with 3? One, two. No. Only 2. What is happening in between then, where we don't need the third paint call? Or the third layout call? What is the status? What is the state of the third text widget? That's what we need to observe. Okay, how can we observe that? How can we observe the third test widget? So we're doing the layout. Actually, this is where I want to be. Internal error. Okay. Well, aren't you just delightful? Okay. So here's the first widget. Now we're on to the second widget. We just have to power through here. And here we break. So the third widget here should be a widget that needs layout. Right? So can we just do this? I think you should be fine now. Oh, really? Okay, we can just print out the container here then. So let's do that. Right. So this is going to be the first node after the layout. So let's set print pretty node container. Wow, that's not how you spell node. Okay, needs, oh, fill sticks. All right, I'm looking at the wrong project. That's fine. Needs layout is false, needs position is true for this thing, but we're not really going to position this thing though, are we? This is the first one. This is the second one. No, this is the second one. Okay. And now we get to the third one. This is where we should see different values for the layout and the position. This one still needs layout. So the third one should not be paintable. And needs position is false. Okay. Oh, fiddlesticks. I think I know where it's going wrong. So we're... Because of the and there... It's up here that it's going wrong. So it's gonna say that this thing needs paint regardless, right? And I don't think we do that here. Widgets. It's not eval. It's gonna be a long, long time. Where's the container? So it just says needs position is false, which is not the same as needs... There. Okay. Okay, I have to figure it out yet, but what a subtle difference that is, right? It's... If it doesn't need layout, then return the size. But it needs layout. So we're going to say no to this and yes to that. For the third one. But we're not going to do any layout for the third widget. We never call layout on the third widget, as a matter of fact. We're just going to go straight for position. And this one will still say needs layout is true. So we never change the flag. That's how this goes. That's how this goes. So there is a subtle difference. Maybe not so subtle after all. So when we fail to do layout or we can't do layout on this one, right? So here we're going to say if this thing needs position, right? But in reality, we actually need to match on self.needs here because we might be in the need of layout, right? Then we're just going to return. If the need is position, or if it is position, then we're good. This one is a little bit confusing. Actually, it's not. If it is position and the position is equal to self.position, then we're also going to return. So if any of these are true, then we're going to bail out of here, right? We should also bail on widget needs paint. Because if we need to paint, then we're not moving forward either, right? And then finally, if we need position, then we do nothing. And then we should proceed with this. We move on to paint. Okay. Yeah, it's very daunting mod prog. At one point, I thought that I had to look to see if I was like dropped all the frames and if I wasn't here anymore, right? But I think that's fine. Like we don't need the most active chat every day, all day, right? There's a surprising amount of productivity happening right now, so I'm kind of happy about that. Love you guys, but sometimes no, it's like one of those. Listen, sweetie, I love you very much, but you're a horrible person. No. Anyway, so default widgets now. Where? There. Okay. VStack. Different error. We're not quite there. I could never break up with you guys. I'm afraid to die alone. Okay, so that wasn't quite the right thing to do. This is right. If we don't have layout, then we're returning size. So is there... This is also wrong, right? We could... No, it's not. We should never call layout on this thing. No, we should never end up with a third one. All right, we're gonna call up. So now we're getting a different error, right? We're getting an empty frame. Okay, so now painting isn't happening at all. So there's a new issue. We fixed one bug and we introduced a new one. And it's times like this I'm happy that we have tests, because we just have to get this thing working and we should be fine. So let's look at the container again. We start off with every container needing layout is set to true. Like the first need of any container is to be laid out, right? So it's layout, position, paint, okay? And if we can't lay out the container, I see that one of my lights are a bit low, but let's not worry about that. It should stay as needs layout. When we get to position, if it needs layout or paint, we're just gonna move on. So we never change that. So a widget should not be able to advance through its stages without a widget can never advance through its stages without the going through them, right? And I think this is where I have a logic flaw, right, in this here somewhere. So here we're just gonna bail. So when we get to the position then, it's gonna need layouts. We're just gonna return. We don't do anything. We don't change the needs or anything. Except if we get here. This thing technically could also advance this to paint. Maybe. I don't know why that was ever there. That one feels a bit awkward, I have to say. I think... So now there's two tests not passing. So this is still relevant to, related to this, right? Not enough tea. Maybe I should get that rubber mat over here to stand on. Could be more pleasant. Anyway, now we can just bounce around on the balls of our feet instead. That works as well. It's not for linting, Dottie. Do you genuinely mean linting? I'm guessing you don't mean this. Do you mean the Rust format? Because we have unstable features. Yeah, so if you want to run that, you can run cargo nightly format. That will do it for you. That's because we have features in here that are unstable, like these ones and these ones and group imports. Right? They are not stabilized in Rust format yet. That's why we have them. So we have to use nightly. Okay. So what's the deviation now? So here we'd say if the position, or we have this, so there has to be a reason for this, right? If it needs position, but the position is equal to our current position, then we've done the layout, but the position hasn't changed. So here we could technically go straight to paint and then return. Like that. Wow, that was certainly not the right thing to do. So we could not just jump into paint from there. No, it still failed. What? Huh? Now all of these are failing. What did I... And I took that one out and this test were passing, and now there's a couple of tests that aren't passing. I mean, there must have been a reason for that in the first place. This is like a really bad logic puzzle. So we can actually represent states that aren't representable the way things are, and doing the foolish thing of trying to apply logic to this thing to make sense of it was not the right thing to do. So oh shit, I forgot to enable that. There we go. Okay, so let's just walk through this again. If we try to do, and the problem is that I'm trying to reason about this from what I want this to be, not from what it is, which is its own problem, right? If it doesn't need layout, we're just going to return the size. Nothing happens. We cannot advance through the layout step. Let's just walk through this again, right? If this thing doesn't need layout, we return the size. We cannot advance through the steps there. So that is still correct. And then we're turning off the layout and turning on position only. So right now, we're in a state of needs position on. So we should theoretically be able to break this in the same way that the other one is broken by following that logic instead, right? So when we get to position, we don't care if the layout is true or false here, right? We only care about the position, which feels a bit weird. So it should be that a widget has to go through the steps of layout, position, paint, and then it stays in paint until something changes. Either layout, to which we go through layout, position, and paint, or position, of which we go from position to paint, right? So it should just be able to move up and down between these different states, right? But somehow we're representing another state. I don't know where this comes from. Why are we even checking this? Well, this would imply that if the position is different from self position, then so technically that would be the same as saying something like if position is equal to self dot position. Or is it not? If it doesn't need position and the position is equal to self position. So this would be anything but position. Hello, Pepper. How you doing, buddy? Wrong test. So if it isn't a position, anything but, and that is true, then it would be, and that is not true, which is super weird. Yeah, that ain't it at all. All right, balls. Okay, just have to work through this thing, right? Seems like a sage move. Okay. Really, we should only do position if the widget is in the state of needing position. Other than that, we should not. So we should ditch all of this and do the same thing as we do here. And I should figure out why it's failing. What is it that can stop it? What is it that can happen here that is preventing that from passing the test, right? What is it that is changing? So these are all the overflow tests, which is beans, because they are the worst ones. Okay, I can kind of see why this is a problem coming from overflow, because what overflow does is not requiring a new layout. As a matter of fact, overflow only requires a new positioning of the children after we've changed it. And that makes sense, right? So it should be that overflow should propagate positional change to the children. So this is what is missing, right? I can see the problem. And the fact that this was working in the first place is just insane, but it should never have. So when we return our needs function here, we're saying needs position. So we're going to get an update that we need to reposition. But this does not change how the children behave, right? If we go to our runtime, it took me a second to get here, but here we are, right? Events and dirt. So this one contains a singular dirty widget. We're not actually propagating the change through there. This takes us back to widgets. Nope. There we go. To the element query, rather. We have these dirty widgets, and we're gonna get, we're gonna have a change of this thing, and this change from our, where are we? Right. Why is this complicated? Because what we really have to do is we have to relay out widgets that have not been laid out. We have to reposition widgets that are not. Man, this is not easy. Okay, I thought I had that brush in there. Okay, let's break it down, Gordon Brown. What is happening is that the overflow widget will get a position request, but it will not reposition the children. The children will never get a reposition request because they're all set to paint only. Now, we have to determine whether we are going to take all the widgets and say they're all in need of reposition, or do we let position behave differently? This is probably why that query was there. So when we call position on all the widgets, we're actually not positioning the children because they're all set to paint only. And even worse is we might have children that has never been laid out because we stopped the layout process at some point. Actually, not on overflow. We're going to lay out all the children on overflow. So that's actually fine. The layout will happen. The position won't happen because we run out of space, but they're still going to be in a state of needs position, right? Except the ones that were positioned. So really, we should get a visible range and then position, but we can't do that. Okay, so somewhere we are calling needs here. We're ignoring paint needs because that's the default state. And then here, for dirty widgets, here technically we would have to update all the children. But it's not that simple. Because could we ever have a situation where a child needs layout again? Yes, we can. And we could circumvent that layout by accidentally writing positioning only. So we have to have a means to apply a need to another need. So if you try to apply paint to a layout need, it will be ignored. because it has a lower priority. Holy, this is gonna be different. Okay, well, we need access to all the children of this thing. But not only that, we need to do this recursively as well. So we actually need to push all the widgets and all the children's of the children of the widget and all the children's children. It's not that big of a deal, right? I'm just a bit apprehensive because we're doing more than nothing, if that makes sense. Ooh. Okay. So how can we do this then? This is... Let's see how this visitor will play out then. Will this possibly go through? No, it will not, right? Let's find out where the query run is being applied. Here. So we've created the query and we're applying the visitor to this query. And then we're going to get the part and the value for every node. So is this visiting all the... Yes, but it has a filter, that's why. There is an alternative to this, and that is to be able to force paint. And force position. But then we end up with... So no, we kind of have to wait a frame for this, because then we end up with... No, this is going to be after the fact. After the event, which happens at the end of the frame. So no, not really. This is not really a problem. I don't think. Okay, so we're doing all this. We're applying the visitor. And that means that we are in the tree now. Yeah, we are. Hanging out in the trees. So how do we get to the second one? Which is this thing. No, this is the query run. Then what am I looking at then? Okay, confusion sets in. Right, so we have the run function for the query run. So we apply visitor on the run function. So that's our visitor here. So visitor.visit. This one says nothing about that for the query run. Oh no, it does. Here it is. All right, I'm being a pillock. Maybe when we apply the dirty widgets to the tree, it can do what we're supposed to do. Maybe that's where we do this. So this thing has a means to apply itself as a node walker. And that's not going to be widget needs, right? It's just going to be update widget needs to widget needs. And it just does this. But we need this thing. So this thing is walking the tree. We need this thing to apply to the children as well. So how do we do that? So I still think that the needs themselves can be changed. So we have an implementation on widget needs. So if the widget need is already set to layout, there's nothing we can do here. If the widget need is position, this is going to be weird. So if the widget need is layout, then we don't really care what the second widget need is, right? You cannot go lower than layout. If it's position and this is layout, then self is equal to self layout, right? Wait, why is this not working? What? Okay, anyway, so nothing happens there. If it's paint or layout, then self is new. Like that. Hello, Privan, I'm alright. How you doing? Good, good. Happy to hear it. This is a mutable reference to self. Why is it claiming that it's been moved then? Exporting data. But this is a copy type. What in the ever-loving fuck are you talking about? Then I'm exporting more data, and then you'll be coding. Well, you know what? Sounds like you got a heck of a day, right? Hello, Scott. How you doing? You have to do match self, but then we're already dereferencing self. What? So we're dereferencing self. Is it because these aren't written as mutable references? No. All right. You know what? We'll do it. Huh. Pretty good. Waking up. Nice. This shouldn't be a problem if we did this. No. So that is matching on a mutable reference. And we should be able to write that, not MTU though. We should not be doing that. Because that's a mutable reference to a mutable reference then, right? But this is still a mutable reference. Why was that not working? Self is a mutable reference. Okay, you know what? Whatever. It's fine. I honestly, I am a little bit stumped by that, I'll say. So doing this would be dereference this thing. If we don't do that, it's going to complain that this doesn't... All right, let's move on. All right, anyway, so we can do an update on this thing. So if it's set to layout, we don't do anything. If it's set to position and we need to update this to layout, then we can update it. If it's paint, then we can update it all the way back to any of these things, right? So now we have this hierarchy where layout is at the top and paint is like the lowest priority. So we have, well, let's say a priority rather than a hierarchy, right? So layout is the highest priority. Okay, let's move on. I guess we could do this. Right. Whoops. What? So we could do that. I don't know if this is better or not. It might kind of emphasize that we're doing this as a priority thing instead. If match has more than one arm of the match statement match, will it execute every arm? No, only the first one that it actually matches on. Match does not consume the value. Match is a little bit magical. Actually, it will consume the value. You're right. It will consume the value. Anyway, we're going to do it this way instead to emphasize the priority of the update function. And we only want this to be callable from within this crate. We don't want anything else messing around with this thing, right? So this should be fine. So now we need to get back to the query at hand. Actually, it's not the query, it's the update that we need. So the dirty widgets application here. When we apply this, we're going to run update widget needs. And this thing, we want this to apply to all children. So I don't know if the node walker actually does anything of the sort for us. It does apply all the way here. No, this will just apply up to, but not all the children. So that would be a different one. I don't think we use the node walker in more than one place, which we can very easily find out. Here and here. Then walk back from here to here. Yeah. So it kind of... this thing could apply to all the way to a widget and then all the widget's children, right? That might actually do the trick. It's doable. So here it finds the node, and now we have to apply it to all the children and the children's children from here on out, right? So how do we do that? We're going to call apply on the value. It's kind of a... It changes the name of this. It changes the nature of this thing quite a bit then, right? Let's go back to sitting down. Instead. Stop it. There we go. Okay, so we are ending up with the need to visit all the children from here on out. So that to me sounds like a different... Sounds like a very different thing to do. And I wonder if we can we get the children here? We can. So we do walker apply, and then we'll do now we have to apply to the child and every one of its children. So we need a new function here. And we are gonna pass in the... Could we pass in the child or the children? If we pass in the child, or we pass in the children instead, so then we can go through the children in here. Right, then we'll do name me know the children, and then for like that. Now this thing is operating on a value, so we need to get the hello voice. We need to get the value for each one of these now. This is a very bespoke thing that we're doing. We're walking in and then we propagate to all the nodes underneath. But okay. So the next thing we need is a node walker. for this. So you're going to grab this thing. All right, you cod. I think that you are going to be a mutable reference instead. So, and then this thing has to be generic over T as well. So then we do that. Not sure why. It might make more sense to pass in a mutable reference to a walker from here then. Like so. Okay. And then we have to operate on each value. So we're going to get the value here. And then we need to get the actual value out, we need to have values as well. That means that we need to pass in values here. Actually, we're just going to do this and grab the values there. Shit. There we go. Gross, but okay. Okay, so we can get the value with the walker.apply to the value. And that's it. We have now done what we're supposed to do, except the name is terrible and everything around this is awful, but it's doing what it should be doing. We just have to get back to where this thing was created. Update widget needs. This thing is doing update 7.0. And now this should be fixed, but this might not be applied here. But it is. Yeah. Well, it's technically not pre and post generation either. It's like it kind of does two things. It's gonna find the node in the tree, and as it's finding the nodes, we're gonna have a bunch of nodes in the tree. Maybe that's what a node looks like. And each node in itself might have a bunch of children, right? So if we are, it's a bit weird drawing the tree like this, isn't it? But if we start from, yeah, this is the worst tree ever. I don't know who came up with that tree, but you're terrible. All right. Let's draw a tree like this, because who doesn't like these kinds of trees? Oh yeah, I forgot that there's a bug. No one did anything over there with the bug. I showed the bug. I even gave them a video of the bug. No one cared about it. So middle finger to them. All right. If it looks like this, And we are going to update this widget here. Oh my God, okay. So we're going to change this thing, right? That means that we're going to start by changing the first widget, this widget, and then all the children underneath this widget. So it's kind of a couple of things for this to work, right? There's a couple of things that has to change when we are applying the changes, right? Ah, this is definitely not a bug, right? Oh, thanks. Why don't you just do whatever, okay? Okay, anyway. This is going to lead to the root changing, to this changing, and all of its children changing. So this kind of like a two-step process. All the widgets to the target, and then all the target's children. So we need to, okay, so first of all, is this now compiling, or is all the tests now passing? Yes. But why? For change propagation, right? Which I guess is a bit of a non-answer. I think maybe we are call the apply function for every value in the tree that is part of the path, and then on all the children recursively for the selected node. This might not be the best name, okay? So this one is apply walker. This one should kind of be walk the walker, and this one should be apply walker. Although that's technically also not right. Hello, Rithel. How you doing? This function will apply the walker to all the nodes in the path. This function will apply the walker to all the children. Once it finds the target node, it will apply the walker to the node and all the children and subsequent children. Actually, that's bad spelling. Bad spelling is bad wording. Once you find it, will apply the walker to the node and all the children and children's children, etc. of that node. There we go, right? I'm using the hack font. It's pleasant, isn't it? Found the node, and then here, apply the walker to all the children. All right, we're good. So this should now work. Cargo, let's do a Clippy. There's one there. Okay, we don't need that one. That makes sense. So this is gonna be $409. Okay, so far so good. Format and then test all. Okay, let's look through the tests. Are there any warnings in the tests? There are not. In that case, I think we are good. Maybe we should write some tests though, right? We did the walker thing. As a matter of fact, I think that the walker module can probably be in charge of doing what we do here. That is definitely not what I want to do. That, however, is what I want to do. Oh, you fiddlestick. That's what I did. There we go. What? Oh, save it maybe. Now we just have to do that. And we're good. So node visitor will visit every node, but it will not do anything. Okay, so this one, we can probably move that one as well. Let's move this thing in there and let's document this thing. Visit each node. Actually, this thing can be pub super. This one we just visit each node in the tree. This one does not do anything else. Do we really need apply visitor to be available outside of the tree? I don't think so. Oh, wow. This is in the query. Yeah, we do. Okay, so that one actually has to be. Like so. There we go. No, I can't be your food there today. Actually, you know what? What about a salad with walnuts? That's good. I want salad with walnuts now. Basic and good, right? Or, you know what would be really good? Lettuce leaves with blue cheese. That would be pretty good. And then a steak with some fries on the side. Good work, Privan. Never had blue cheese. It's an acquired taste. It's one of those things that you might really not like, or you might find that you like it a lot, right? It's like the Marmite of cheese, isn't it? So what are we trying to build? We're just updating UI library right now, gamer. But now we have a warning. I didn't have warnings before. Okay, so let's look at the... Yeah. Wrong button. There we go, all right. It's a new record, yeah. Okay, so we should write a few tests before we commit this thing. And then finally I can get to the pull request today. So let's write a test for walk the tree. Walk the walker. Let's call this one 0, and we're gonna import node walker view size for 0. What do you mean no code action? Fix it. Come on. All right. There we go, right? So all this is going to do is zero out values. So now we need a tree. And we're going to do a tree insert child. And we're going to insert at the root. That should give us the transaction, and then we're going to commit that with a value of 1. Okay, we don't have a tree here, so we have to import the tree. Okay, so an insert will do. So that's going to be commit child, maybe. Yeah, that's what we do. So this thing will give us a key back. We can unwrap that. And then we can panic out the tree here. And we should just have, actually, let's do a pretty panic. Who doesn't like pretty panics, right? So we have our value of 1 there. That's what we're going to do. Thai curry? Oh, Thai red curry. With blue cheese, steak, and chips now. Thai red curry would be pretty nice. I like to freeze the chicken before I make a Thai red curry, so you can slice the chicken very thinly. Red, green, whatever, they all taste the same to me. They're great. Well, just eat a vegetarian chicken. Easy. Chickens grow on trees, don't they? Okay, so we have a value set to 1 there. We can probably set the value to something else. So we can see the value in the tree in all this glory. Okay, so that's the root. Let's add 2 children to this one, right? So we're going to insert, but we need to know where we're inserting. We need a path for this thing. So we need to get the path using this key, right? So this will give us the path that we're interested in. And now we can do another insert. We can insert at the parent. Okay, so now we have 2 values in the tree. And this is the tree structure, right? No, ever since my bunny passed away, I don't feel like eating bunny steaks. It doesn't seem right. So the inner node, we're gonna have 2 children to this thing, so we can follow the change. So we're gonna do 2 inserts now. So we have 2 children underneath the roots here, 1 and 2, and on the second one we're gonna add 2 children as well, right? So we'll do the same thing here, and then we do an insert to this one. So if we look at the tree now, like this, we can see the tree structure. So this is the root node. This is the first child and the second child, and the second child has 2 children. So if we do an insert, if we apply the walker here, then all of these values should be zeroed out, right? So we could write a text function that would allow us to do this, right? To observe the tree after the fact, right? So let's do an apply or walk the walker, right? And we're just gonna pass in 0 in there. Okay, so then we need to have our nodes and our values, and we get that by taking the tree, and we're gonna split the tree at this point. So we're gonna pass in nodes and values. Although that is not quite right, is it? No, we also need to give it a path, and that's the important thing here, right? And we're supposed to give it, we're gonna have nodes, values, and a path here. So which path is it that we're applying this to? To this parent path, right? So we can just call parent here. So there we go, right? So we have the root node, we have the second node, and we have the children on the second node. So the value associated with the key 1 with a generation of 0, right? We don't care about the generation now. The value associated with the index 1 should then be 42. So it should be 0, 42, 0, 0, 0. Okay, let's see if that's what we have. 0, 42, 0, 0, 0. That is correct. So now we need a way to verify this as well, right? Maybe you're looking with the wrong filter, gamers. There's an abundance of web developers. Just look for JavaScript, right? I'm guessing that 99 out of 100 JavaScript programmers on Twitch are web developers, right? So let's figure out how we're going to do this assertion, because having a panic printing out the tree is not an assertion. It's a lifestyle choice to have panics, right? So what would be a nice representation of this? We could do it by path, I suppose. Or we could just outline the tree as part of a comment, and then we can just collect all the values. Can we do this? So we're going to iterate, and then we're going to map this. Right, is this good? And then we can just assert that the values are. 0, 42, 0, 0. So it's going to be 0, 42, 0, 0, 0. But this is a really gross test, all things considered. All right. Oh, right. Okay. So you want this to be copied. That's one way of doing it. Without seeing the tree, coming back to this test is going to be incredibly gross, right? So we're going to write this out as comments then, right? So this creates a tree with the following layout. We start with 42 in the root. Then we have 42. Okay, really? All right, that's going to be our tree structure. Then we apply the node walker to the third node. So let's give them numbers. To the node with an ID of 2. This should change all the nodes on the way to 2 and all the children of 2. So that becomes 0, 0, 0, and 0. So there we go, right? So now it's a little bit more understandable what we're actually looking at here. Well, Ritho, I don't think ModProg is asking you to pay for his curry, so don't worry about that. But don't look for web dev. Look for JavaScript instead, right? But I don't know. Maybe there's not like a lot of anything going on in software and game there right now. All right. I would imagine that there's one web dev. So I guess not everyone puts the English tag either. I don't know what RP development is, but UE5, JavaScript. I guess we'd have to filter on English for this to work. Do we have any more JavaScript in there? Have kittens? That's something. Furball farm. Do you think they're in the right category? Are we gonna start getting the ducks back? Do you guys remember the ducks? Do you guys remember the ducks? Cooking? I'm not seeing. Oh my god. So I choose. Hang on. Software and game dev. What's happening? So when I choose English, it jumped out of there. Okay. What? Oh my god, Twitch, are you being a complete toilet now? Software and game dev. Okay, English. Okay. It doesn't seem to care. There we go. Right. There we go. Software and game dev with English. Do we have any JavaScript? Okay, so I feel like we skipped the English part now. I don't know. Wait, can you only have one tag? What a ship? Okay, we'll do this then, and then JavaScript. There you go. Okay, web dev. Hey, it's robotic. Web dev, maybe not. Definitely web dev. All right, it wasn't that many. Okay, so I'm satisfied with this test, even if it's not super cool. What about the visitor? Does this one have any test? Right, visit nodes. So we can copy the Walker test-ish. We can create the tree. Now we need a visitor as well. So let's do a 0 here as well. So we're going to implement visitor for 0. I'm guessing that's node visitor, and that's generic over T. We do a usize here as well. Now we can just fix this. And then all we're gonna do here is say value is 0. We're just gonna make sure continue true. So instead of applying a visitor, this should zero everything out. This creates a tree with the following layout. Then we apply the node visitor to the tree. This should change all the nodes in the tree to 0. Okay. So we have tree, blah, blah, blah. And then we're going to have apply visitor. Now, apply visitor takes children values and a visitor. So children values and a visitor. Is the visitor mutable? Yes. Then this thing should simply be that. Oh no, the true is for breaking, so that's just a unit. Okay, tree, where are ye? Done. Okay. $108. Ship. So we have some warnings in here. We don't want that. Okay, in the Walker on 108. We don't need that. And in the visitor, 118. Don't need that. 91, which is the value ID. We don't care about that. We got one more warning in there, so. Okay, 89 is the path. Oops. Okay, we're good now. So we have some more tests as well. So I'm kind of happy with that. Let's do a cargo test all. Make sure nothing broke, nothing would have broken. Let's do a cargo nightly format, cargo clippy all. Everything's looking pretty good. Then we're going to add, which branch are we on? widget needs. Okay, that makes sense. Git add everything, commit. Ooh, do we want to amend this? No. Update Walker fixed broken tests. There we go. Now we can get to what we're supposed to be doing on this stream, which is making sure that dev is up to date and make a pull request with this thing into dev. Then we're going to go and merge all the pull requests that we have, right? Now we're just going to wait for this thing to kick off. And in the meantime, if you guys have anything interesting to talk about, let's do it. Apparently you didn't, but here we go. All right, let's look at the details of the test. I mean, who doesn't want to look at this output? Doesn't this just fill you with great joy and satisfaction? Maybe we don't. Yeah, there we go. Merge pull request, delete dev. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to make sure that we're doing the right thing. Delete the branch, all is well. Locally, we're going to git switch to dev, and we're going to pull and git branch -d widget needs gone. Okay, so we only keep 2 branches around. Okay, let's go and look at some pull request. Okay, buffer wrapping protection. Approve and run. Okay, so we have conflicts here. What are these conflicts? In the TUI buffer, that concerns me a little bit. This one should only affect the... No, we don't want this. We only want this on the canvas, though. Okay, we'll wait with this thing for a second. Let me make sure that this was for the right person as well. Yes. Dottie, you here? I'll have to think on this one. I do like that there are tests, though. Okay, fill for all elements. In the container, what has changed in the container? How is this different? This thing shouldn't... Let's have a look at the conflict. Okay, so it's so far this is just dumbassery. All right. This is not an issue. It's just that we have widget needs now, so we can resolve this conflict by just getting rid of this. Whoops. Got rid of a little bit too much there. Marcus resolved. Okay. Can we go back to run the test for this? You need glyphs in there? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Good spot. Dottie, are you here? So there we go. Commit merge. Welcome back, Dottie. So you're putting me in a difficult position, Dottie, because you worked on something different than I asked you to. But what you've done isn't necessarily bad. Okay, tests are failing. It's not a biggie, Doddy. The task was about the canvas, but you've changed the buffer instead. It's not a biggie. You gotta commit to your marriage, Krunk. Otherwise, what are you doing? Do you want to fix the tests, Skylar? It might be the case that you just have to merge the current dev into yours. Commit merge. Commit marriage. Commit no sins. I thought the buffer was the lowest level, so I'll fix it for all. Well, actually, the canvas has its own internal buffer, so if you fix it for the buffer, I guess that could do. No, don't worry about it, Doddy. I think I might merge it. I'm just thinking on it. You would how do I do that? From here, from your branch, you should be able to you should have a button. I don't have it because this is not my code, right? What happens if I do this? Hang on, let me just have a look at this thing. Run the test then. No, hang on. This is me making a PR to you. Okay, that explains it. All right, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's delete that. That was an accident. Are you sure you want to merge from main into dev? I believe that you should have the option to pull latest. Okay, that's it. I'm writing a contributing file now, okay? I can see that we definitely need some guidelines here, okay? What do we call this? Contribute or contribution? Let's have a look. Let's grab Rust on GitHub because I need to... I feel like contributing. There we go. Contributing.md. I feel like there's so many things that I'm not saying, right? Sure you can, Tesla. I don't care what you do. As long as you don't hurt other people, go for it. Okay. Contributing to anathema. There we go, right? Let's see. Oh yeah, so we want to have base your fork on the dev branch. All right, we'll start with that. If applicable, always write tests for the new functionality being introduced. Getting help. We should definitely have a getting help. Okay. Ah, hello, key. For general help, ask on Discord. And to wit, we shall get a Discord link. We can do this. Hello, Kirsty. How you doing today? Are you feeling sober and joyful? Key. There. For help, ask on Discord. Oh, that's odd, Skylar. All right, so what you can do is I can show you how this works, right? Okay, so we're gonna git clone. Anathema. Whoops. Okay. So then we're going to switch to dev. Now we're going to create a branch from dev called my changes. Okay. So now I'm basing my changes of dev, right? My changes of dev. Then I make some changes. And then I'm going to commit these changes, and that should be based on the dev branch, right? That should be right. What does git log show you? Does it show you that your branch is based off dev? Well, that sounds incredibly alarming. Okay, you might want to see to that, Christy. It defaults to main. Okay. All right. Well, as long as it looks like this, Skylar, your branch is based on origin dev, right? Okay. I think it's fine, though. I think it's fine. I'm so used to doing that for Rust. Yeah, you just type git log, right? Git log will show you it will show you which branch you're on and what the origin of that branch is and where that's from. For merging, oh right, you just type git merge, right? So if we're gonna merge with main shortly anyway, right? So the way I would do that, actually, hang on. No, you want to merge the latest into yours. Hang on. Someone's asking me here. Origin dev. Why does your git log looks different to mine? Like your top commit has nothing. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it, Skylar. It's good. It's good. There should be a button here. there should be a button here for you to merge dev into your branch. Do you not have anything here on your repository, right? Really, Christy. Maybe I just have to do that. Every time I sit down, I've got this beautiful setup here for doing videos. And every time I sit down, my brain's like, and then I get nothing done. Okay, so let's see what should we do. Base your fork on the dev branch. If applicable, also write test for new functionality introduced and submit any PR to be merged into the dev, to be merged back into the dev branch. Okay, then we should be good. Don't bite your nails. Okay. Right now I'm writing a contributing file for anathema. So for bug reports, should we include that, or we just make that part of template? We don't have bug reports yet. I think this is sufficient. There we go. Okay, so we're a bunch of people, no one knows Git, and I wanna merge some pull requests, all right? Wrong repository. There we are. I think maybe we will merge this thing, but then we don't actually need this is a test, all right? Wait, what are we suggesting here? I need to do a suggestion. Inlining the variables. Sure, if you want to do that. But this one's named invalid position. Okay, gotcha. I kind of like the idea of calling them invalid position, but I also like the idea of inlining the variables. Do what Skylar said here. But then we're not inlining the variables here. Wait, are we, or are we not inlining the variables? And then we're back to inlining the variables again. This makes no sense. We are suggesting to not do it. We're suggesting to do it here, but not here. We need to be consistent. Make sense of it? I'm trying to. They're all asks for inline. This one wants to get rid of invalid position and use inlining instead. But this one seemed to be wanting to use a named value instead of inlining. We're not inlining, we use variable multiple times. Okay, cool beans. Yeah, commit all this. Just hit commit suggestion then. Dodgy. These merge conflict things, we'll fix those. Okay, I'll wait until you are... So what you do, Dotty, you put this into draft. Right? We're converting this thing back into draft now. Apparently I can't. Or GitHub is being ship. All right, thanks GitHub. Oh, it says draft now. So I can convert a draft into a draft. Okay, I don't know. So this is now a draft PR. All right, so we're going to get to the bottom of this thing then, right? If you can get these tests to pass, then we're good. Because this thing just moves the functionality from the expand into the refresh. Okay, so this one removes the functionality from expand. What are we doing with the container? Yes, it's not the container widget. It's the widget container, okay? Yes, so it's moving it from an expand in here. This is good. We want to merge this now. But this should be doable through GitHub's interface to do this. I saw Londo do this on stream. I pushed something and he had a button he could push to just merge, to fetch latest from remote. All right. GitHub fetch latest from remote for PR. Maybe here. Git fetch to retrieve new work. No, this is not it then. No, there should be something in the interface. I see. Okay. It had, yeah. But in that case, it looks like. Yeah, I see Londo have it, right? But then you press sync fork. Okay, so this doesn't work because Skylar has the wrong branch, but it's fine. We're just waiting for this thing to pass the test, and then we'll merge this thing. Okay, in the meantime, is there another pull request that we can deal with then? Well, the same thing's going to happen here. The same thing has to happen for this one. And, okay, we can't do this one yet because I have to do the work first to get there. Yeah, the control flow import. Yeah, that should get all the tests passing. I don't think any of these things are like heinously complex issues, right? Whew, okay, that means that we can start the next workload. Yeah, the main branch should never be dealt with by anyone other than merging from dev into main, right? That's the only thing that we should be doing, right? Should I go and put the kettle on maybe? Who wants tea? All right, maybe we're going to put the kettle on. And we take it from there. Then we're going to start the next work package. So we're going to switch to feature state naming. Shall we? Oh, this is going to be horrible. Do you think you need a degree to land a job? It depends entirely on the job, Kirks. Depends on the job, depends on what country you're in, depends on what city you're in, depends on your work culture. It's impossible to answer that question. You want lemon in your tea? I don't know, man. I don't think I have any fresh lemons. Tea's cancelled. You guys were too demanding. No, I'm going to go and put the kettle on shortly. I mean, if you're gonna work as if you're gonna work out like the cash register at Tesco, then I don't think you need a degree for that, right? You drink the tea black. I don't like tea without any milk in it. I think it has too sharp a flavor, right? The canvas would still need validation added. Maybe not. Maybe the canvas needs less validation than Dottie. Features are so cargo add kettle features full. Life doesn't give you lemons these days. Rats. It doesn't give you rats either, hopefully. Do I need a degree working at Togglebit firm? No. You need 2 years experience. So working for a small company through connection first. 2 years experience doing what? Though, Crunkmaster. Try green tea with mint leaves. I think mint is probably about as good as licking your own armpit. So maybe not. Petting bunnies is definitely the way to go. Petting bunnies will release endorphins into your brain. So petting bunnies is actually quite good. I can make no such assumption. Like I have nothing to go on. And I don't think the person is even still in the chat. Is Rust knowledge required? It would be advantageous, Jonil. It would be advantageous unless you really want to flex your social skills. Social skills 0. You need to level up your social skills. So you need some skill to work some like in a lot of places, right, Janelle? So how's your new job going, by the way? Okay, so we're gonna make some changes now, some difficult changes. And we are going to open up a document to look at these changes. We're going to work on this now. Monday next week. Okay, nice. Hello, Excel. Is it advantageous to have anathema contribution as well? That will set you on path for nothing but success in life, right? I don't want to merge again. What? What happened, Skylar? So I think the first thing we need to do is introduce a new operator for this branch, which is going to allow us to do things like fallbacks, right? Golden ticket, yeah. Let's get rid of everything and then some. Okay, so state name is fine. We're going to go into templates. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to introduce the question mark operator, right? If you make more changes before merging PRs, I have to merge again. Yes, but now I'm going to work on templates and possibly expressions RS, two things that has nothing to do with your work. So there should be no conflicts in there, right? But okay, I mean, I'm waiting. If you guys are ready to submit the PRs, it's fine, right? It's all good. You guys have to tell me if you don't take your PRs out of draft mode, you have to tell me if you want me to review them again. I can see here that it's showing changes since last I looked at it. You ready and everything's passing? Okay, and this is this thing, right? Okay, we'll merge this thing. All right, 1 PR done today. This Control C, is this one good to go? Yeah, all right, we'll close this one too. Okay, so now I'm going to go into here. I'm gonna pull. Sorry, we're gonna switch to dev, and then I'm gonna pull. Then I'm gonna switch back to my feature state naming, and then I'm gonna merge dev into state naming, and we're good. Breaking change. Yeah, we are gonna start working on a really breaking change now, though, right? And the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add the question mark operator. So actually, all these tests should pass, and there should be no warnings because we just gone through all of this and we had green ticks all the way to Sunday, so it's all good. Hola, Goy, ¿qué tal? So we're gonna make this possible to do, right? Let's go to the template and let's make this thing happen, right? If we have A, B, or C, then we can do A, B, or C here, right? This is really what we want to be able to. Did you just try to say this language is Perl? What? Okay. Okay, we get nothing. So value is A, B, or C. So when we do this, let A equals 1, 2, 3. This will work, okay? But this will not work. So if A doesn't become a value, then we're going to check B. Clearly a Perl. You take that back, or I can't be responsible for my actions, okay? So let's go into our Lexa. The first thing we need to do is we need to add the question mark as an operator now. And what should we call this thing? This would be maybe best as an operator. I wonder if this would be qualified as an operator. So let's do it. These are single tokens. There we go. So should we call this the either? It's not really a ternary operator. We can call this thing an either value. So let's just go to operator and add an either. Now this one's going to have some precedence, I suppose. Whoa. All right. Okay. Then we're not testing anything in here. We are testing here. Okay. So we have now added a token that we can lex, which is the easy part. Then we're going to go to expression evaluation, and we can probably base this off the OR. So when it comes to our, where's our precedence table? Here we go. So where do we end up with things like and or? So conditional. So we're going to add operator either here. So either is going to look very much like and or, but and or resolves to Boolean values. Either does not. So it will become a binary expression. So we can really just look for the and the or in this case. Oh, is this all we have here? Well, then we need a new expression. No, we don't. It will just be this binary expression. Do we have any tests in here? Okay, so we'll write a test for either. So 1, this would be A or B or C. And we're going to parse this, and this should be then A, B. That should be A and I don't think we can parse this yet. We need we see this because we have the precedence in there, right? So this should be A, B, C, like that. There we go, right? That should be correct. A, B, C. Yeah. Now, we don't have anything for this yet. So we have to be able to parse this. And expression. Here we're going to have the and the or expression. It's going to be a binary expression with an operator in there. So this is all good. Although I'm not sure why this thing isn't parsing correctly. Seeing as we don't have anything like or. We already have either here, right? There are no more operator ors in there. So let's see what steps we're going through. Parsing the source, expression, binding power. We already have error handling there. We don't need that. That's a unary expression. Okay, so then we're going to get into the loop of things. Get the precedence. Consume. No, I don't get it. Why is this not a binary expression then? We are not doing any evaluation. We're just parsing. Okay. Then wait, why do we have two parsings? Why would we do this? That's weird. No, this is correct. This is very much correct. All right, we're good. This is already working. So it's either the first one or the second one. Okay, so they are just different orders then. So it's either this So it's either the first one or the second one. Okay, so that's what it does. Okay, right. So it's either the first one or the second one. Whoops. So either we're going to evaluate these two first, then we're going to evaluate this one if they weren't fine, right? So that makes sense. It's good. Okay, so we can now parse these expressions. So we can now, but we cannot evaluate these expressions. Though that takes us to the next one, where we have operator and, either, or. This is not an equality check, however. So it does not become an equality. It becomes something else. So we can probably look at this as a new one. We're just going to grab this block here and base it off this. So if the operator is, go to the end, please, either, then we're going to have a left hand and right hand side. We're going to evaluate these things. We don't have to match on the operator because we know that the operator is an either. So it becomes an expression, either, left hand side, right hand side. Now we don't actually have such an expression. So we have to make this expression into a thing, right? Yeah, we're not in a bad state just yet, Skylab. We're getting into it, but we're not there yet. Okay. Okay, so let's see. As you guys can see, we actually have function calls as part of our parser. We just can't do anything with them yet. We're gonna grab the op for our either. Gonna ditch that. So we're gonna do that or that. So this is the display. Const eval. This is a problem. Possibly. There's already a breaking change? No, technically this is not a breaking change because the question mark operator was never used for anything. You can't use the question mark in templates right now for anything, so this is not a breaking change. This, however, on the dev repi, I don't understand. Anyway, I'm gonna solve this. So according to this thing, we should be able to evaluate this to was a break and change on the dev repository. Huh? Okay. Okay, so if we have an either, then we're going to try to const eval this. And the thing is, if we ever have a const eval for both of these, then we could so here's a problem, right? No, it isn't a problem. We're gonna do this. actually, you know what? This means that we can bring back the const eval of idents that we had in the past, because we're separating the global namespace from the states. The question is, do we refer to globals as globals then, maybe? I think that should be sufficient. Then we can actually bring this back where we const eval values at runtime. I think that could work. It would be nice. I don't know what we're gonna do here. If technically, if we can const eval the left-hand side, then there is no reason for the right-hand side. So we can basically get rid of something, right? So writing 1 or 2 doesn't make any sense, right? 1 or A, because this will always be true. There's no reason to keep that. However, this has a reason. I guess we just const eval them and return the values. That should be just as fine, right? Yeah, so here we don't actually do anything. We're just gonna call into on those. So we can do this. So we can actually match on this. If this is a primitive value, then we're good. What else could this be, right? It can only be, well, or a string size. Actually, anything but a lookup. So if this is anything, if this is an ident, then we're going to return. Wait, is this even right? Yes, it has to be an ident for this to make sense. All right, 1 second. I'm going to put the kettle on. That took a bit longer than expected, but here we are. Okay. Right. Okay, so what we're saying. Okay, so if we have an either that is, I guess if it's a string size or a primitive, then we are good to go, right? But it could also be, it's very quiet, isn't it? There we go, right? So if it is a, if it anything contains an ident, basically, then we have to not do it, right? Well, you see, the list can contain idents. Actually, no. It's all good. Okay, so but even if a list contains idents, it doesn't matter because the list is still there. So the list doesn't become invalidated. So I wonder if we have a list that becomes empty, but that depends on the infamous expression RS file, if it does. Yeah, so what do we do then? Hello, bean juice. Are you empty? Whatever that means. Go and get some lunch then. Go and get some Stremolax. Such a cold drink. I wanted warm tea. Well, should it though, Skylar? Should it? What if A, B, or C is nothing, so it results in an empty list? Let's not do anything with the either one for now. Let's just do this. And we can come back to this one later. Keep it simple. All right, so now we're at the resolution of this. This is the infamous expressions RS. What is... Oh, that's just a web browser. Okay, are we good now? Should we merge this in? Doddy, before I merge this in, do you want to check that we don't do anything unnecessary then in the canvas? Well, it certainly is the hub of anathema, if anything. Okay, so this thing shouldn't be too difficult. Yeah, just give it a once over thought to see if we do any, because there should only be like 2 functions in the canvas that might be redundant. I don't know. The canvas still has that bug. Which bug is this? Because this one is checking the bounds. Local position to index does not have a bug. Okay. So we're going to evaluate an expression now. Not in get. No, that was the whole point of this PR. But if it's using the underlying buffer, there's no need for it. Okay. This only does the TUI buffer. Isn't the canvas using the TUI buffer? It isn't. Or... No, it isn't. Okay, so in that case, Dottie, if we're gonna fix this in the... If we're gonna... Oh, bollocks. Okay, what do we do then? Because then this doesn't fix the bug. I thought this was just using the underlying buffer. Okay, we'll wait for this for a second. It's all tickety-boo. Let's just wait for this for a second. We need to resolve this thing, okay? So if we have an either value, then we are going to try... We're going to try to resolve one or the other. Okay, so how do we do operators? I guess we just do an either here. Can't do this. Okay, we can't do this because we end up subscribing to values that are not relevant. Fiddlesticks. Okay. Oh man, I'm getting really cold. Is it getting cold? Please like and subscribe. Okay. If we have the either and the left-hand side is a primitive and the right-hand side is an ident, then we're going to do, well, I guess it's fine. We would end up doing unnecessary work either way. So I think this is okay. Right? We're just going to resolve this into an either, and that's it. So... Makes sense, hybrid. Bring the computer to bed though, right? I mean, honestly. Okay, so now we have done... We've made an either out of that. We're not going to do anything with that one. This is where we're getting into the weeds of things. I put pineapple in this drink, but it doesn't seem very pineapple-y. Blah. Okay, this one is just as fine. Either. Here is where it is, right? Oh no, apparently not. It is, and the only thing that's in here is ice, apple, and pineapple, and protein powder. I guess it's the protein powder that's making it white. Blah. All right, so what is this get function doing? It does lookups. But it doesn't do it on primitives, static values. Yeah. I guess in our case, we I have no idea where you are going with that, but I think we're gonna not entertain that conversation. Okay. That's a good idea. Okay. What do we do here? So this is about fetching values from indices and maps and the likes. So technically we need to know what the value is. Before we can do anything. We cannot try to fetch from the leftmost value, and if that fails, try to fetch from the rightmost value. That doesn't make any sense. I wonder if this eval value should probably not stay an eval value. Oh. Or do we need to... Yeah, it wasn't a big piece of pineapple. I don't know what we're gonna do here. I wonder if the either is wrong. So we should be able to express this as some list 0 or A or hello as a list while we're at it, right? So if we do this and some list exists, but A is pointing to a value outside, then we should fall back to this value, right? But that has nothing to do with get. No, fresh pineapple. we need to know which is the active value. That's what we need to know. Which makes me think that maybe we can't have an eval value that isn't either. Because this has to be evaluated. So there is no either here. So this is resolving this into an eval value. So we're going to resolve this thing, but if this thing fails to resolve, then we should resolve the right-hand side. I guess that's how we have to do it, right? That does sound like a pretty terrible situation then, right? So if this is empty, which will be dealt with by this, like that then, right? I think that's what we need to do. Was that it? Have we implemented either already? I'm just looking at it and it didn't even occur to me that we... Okay then, we have either. This is a pretty big win already. I think we are probably gonna merge this in with the main repo if this all passes test. Yeah, this was really fast to implement, and that's a good sign, because that means that even though the code is complex, it's not disgusting. But what happens when we do this? That is not right. I think that there's a bug now. Yeah, there's definitely a bug. Yeah, we seem to be stuck in an infinite loop doing this. That actually works. Okay. It just works. How nice is that? So we could then maybe do this. No, we can't. That broke something. I think we're stuck in shit. Okay, no, that works. Okay. It just works, right? It seemed like we had some bug in there that I couldn't quite qualify, but yeah, this is just working. You know what just occurred to me? How absolutely perverse this is. How bizarre this is. Well, I'm not going to get into details of that, why it is, but it is. Apple peel. Can you put an either inside an array? Oh, interesting question, Danaka. Can we do 1x or 2 where x is 100? It's writing out 0 instead. I don't think that's right. Why is it writing out 0? Why? Why is that coming out as 0? Good test case. Hey Skylar, do you want a difficult issue? No. I wasn't gonna suggest fixing this, Skylar. I was gonna say, do you want to work on ranges? We're probably not gonna have ranges in Anathema. They are really only ever used for testing. Right? Yes. Well, I don't think we will. Why is this becoming 0? No, don't worry about it, Skylar. It's fine. You don't even know how to put your pants on, mate. I wouldn't expect you to know the answer to this. That worked. No, it didn't. Oh, semicolon. Okay, what? The what? First of all, it is working, but it has nothing to do with the space. But then why wouldn't this work here? Okay. Now it doesn't work. That cannot be the reason. Oh, hang on. We have state with these freaking names. Oh my god. It was always working. Oh my god. Okay. You know what? This is working because X is 0. Oh, goodness me. X exists inside the state. X is special. X is the X value of the mouse. So yeah, it's 0. You said nothing. Go sit in the corner. No, I just don't engage in too much of the nonsense, Bean Juice. This is why we need state. Well, you're not wrong, Skylar. It's definitely a benefit to having state. But it's not default. It's a state value. It has nothing to do with default. It's the X value of the mouse. How is that default, you lunatic? This is good though. This is actually working. Why is it the mouse? Because inside our main function on mouse, oops. Here, we are setting the mouse position to be the X and the Y value. That is what you get for thinking too much. This bloody well works though. How cool was that? And thank you for the test case, Tanaka. That was pretty good. So series, the default, there is no default. It's just gonna get 0 as the mouse. Well, I guess you win this round. Okay, hang on, Bean Juice. You win this round. You win this round, Bean Juice. I give you that, okay? You're right. It is default. Okay, but we have either now. I think we're gonna add this to. This is not a breaking change though, so we're gonna add this to dev now. We might need some tests for this as well, so let's just add this. Oh, you know what? That looked a little bit silly. There we go. Like that. You can have my smarty pants. Take this. Yeah, that's not gonna read the file. You have to read the file for it to work. There you go. Well, don't do that, because then you have to close the file manually yourself. Do this to open it to read, so when the with scope ends, the file will close. And then you can output UR file. All right. Don't make the joke. Don't make the joke, okay? Okay. Stop holding back. No, I think I'm content in holding back. We're making so much progress now, and I'm actually quite happy about this. We've added this whole either business with little to no friction whatsoever. That's pretty damn good. It makes me want to implement functions as well. Makes me want to implement function calls. We're not going to do it, but I'm going to have a quick look at to see what would be required to get function calls going before we do this state thing. It's not good for your bladder to hold back for too long. I don't know, man. I don't think you have any evidence for that. Function calls are easy-ish. Should we look at the... Well, function calls are already parsed. They're already there. So we're trying to parse this as an element for now. But the function call is there. No, we're just gonna have a function table, Skylar. There's nothing like nice or not nice about it, right? We're gonna have a function table and we're gonna allow people to register their own functions. Now remember why function calls aren't that simple, because we're gonna have specific function calls that are not possible to be defined by the user. We're going to have very meaningful function calls, like, for instance, the component function call, which will allow you to load the component by string. And that's going to be a difficult one. Hello, Wiry. How are you? Did you see the either implementation, Wiry? Is this Helicops, the infamous German helicopter police TV show from the 90s? That is probably never gonna work. Unless ModProg specifically builds something for that. Check this out, Wiry. All right, I realized that exists. Check this out, Wiry. We can do this now. So if you can't resolve Z, then use missing value, right? All right. No, stop adding semicolons, damn it. It's because I keep adding semicolons. Yeah, so now we can have default values for things. That is such... That is... Oh, it's just good. Why not make semicolon required? We should rather... No. We should have errors on semicolons then. But yeah, so UX maxing. Okay. Function calls though. So this one will complain that the element lol does not exist. That makes sense. If we did this, it will do something with it. But how do we get function calls, right? Can you do let missing equals missing value? Okay, let missing equals missing. Oh, hang on. And then do Z missing. Like this. Not only can we do that, but we can do this. So this is really exciting. I think we're gonna skip function code. The reason I want to implement function calls is because I want to be able to do this, right? And this thing should be the equivalent of writing lol. But since this would be a string that could possibly change, well, I mean, we could do something like this, right? I think I broke the runtime now, but yeah. So I want a special function for that. This was requested by Brookcirker 1001 years ago, and I want to be able to actually do this. So yeah. Types are nullable. A null type, well, we don't have a type system per se, right? But a null type becomes a future value. Well, in that case, Skylar, you would rather write component, right? And then you'll do lol or fallback. Well, actually, that is checking if the component exists or not, right? If you're trying to use a component that does not exist, right? You get an error, right? You cannot have you cannot use a component that isn't registered. This error message is misleading and should be improved upon. As a matter of fact, let's see where this comes from, right? Components 150. It's not insertion error instead. This one actually returns a result. So this one should say invalid component, right? But we're gonna wait with this. This one is a component same location. So if this fails, it means this is a component that was never registered. This should probably return an error stating so instead. Do you have any formal function methods in the language? No. I started on the implementation of the flag on position. The only issue is that position context used in position isn't a paint context, which has emphasized on switching things to there. Okay. No, but you have the size on the. You should have the size on the what's it called? What is it called? We should have the size on the paint context and create region. Oh no, but you can make that functionality available on the position context then. That's fine, Wiry. I think I mean, I don't have this code in my head right now, so obviously I can't say for sure, but I think they should be fine, right? Anyway, let's get back to this thing briefly. Let's patch this stuff in. Either is now in the language. I actually think we're going to merge this thing in before we do anything else now. I can't see anything there having changed. And then after this, we'll start tackling the bigger issues. So one of the things that are missing, so we don't really have anything like that yet now. Let's just merge this thing now into dev. I did not want to delete the branch. We can restore the branch, I guess. So let's do a brief update in the channel. Oops. Okay. Now that we got that in there, okay, so this is the difficult part now. We have to, well, first of all, cargo test all. Not that this can fail since we just checked everything, but now this is going to be a pretty big change. And I think this is the last big change that we're going to do before we release this into the wild now. Slight caveat though. Could we use double question mark operators as ternary operators? Hang on, bear with me now. All right. Imagine, if you will, that you do this text. Okay. For I in 1, 2, 3, right? And then if we want to set the background based on something, maybe like this. Well, I'm about to invent the ternary operator, aren't I? Only I saw that one, Danaka. Thank you so much for the sub, buddy. Thank you. The auto mod hates everyone. Don't worry about it. It doesn't discriminate. Should we have ternary operators? Because they are so useful for this stuff. Nice try, Bean Juice. Okay, we're not going to worry about this for now. All right, let's get back into the task at hand, okay? Which is the state, okay? I honestly don't even know how we're going to do this. Well, if I was doing it, it wouldn't be auto mod, would it? Right? Okay. Do you wanna? Yeah, no, actually, let's not ask that. Okay, so if we're gonna have 3 different scopes now, 3 bindings or 3 prefixes rather, state, attributes, and globals. That is gonna be quite a big change. Yeah, I use Tmux. That's going to be quite a big change here. Oh, I am dreading this. Oh, this is going to be painful. Any call to state, we need a prefix. Technically, this should make it easier, but we're already pretty far down the rabbit hole with this. All right, we might as well start working on it. This is what we need to get working. Okay. Of course, none of these are going to work. Did I throw a semicolon in there again? Of course I do. Holy. Okay. Defund the automod police. Yes. Okay, so we just have to prefix these, but this is gonna be such a big change. Oh my god. Yeah, please keep it to English. It's really difficult to moderate things in other languages. No, I'd imagine not. It's not. It's not really what other people like. What you guys are saying, I'm used to you guys, and what you're saying. None of you has turned out to be an asshole of that proportion yet. But if we allow some people to speak other languages, then we have to allow all people to speak other languages, and then it becomes really difficult to moderate, right? Okay. Yeah, I think it's easy. Just stick to English and we'll be fine, right? Sí, claro que sí, pero ¿por qué no? Right? But just because I manage to speak a language poorly, it doesn't mean that everyone speaks and understands the language poorly. Either way. Boys, no. All right, so should we just start tackling this thing? So this is going to have everything to do with scoping. Nothing further than bomb deer, right? Anyway. All right, so let's just get after it then, shall we? Here we are in expressions. Okay. So the first thing we need to do is we need to change our scope. Because of course we have this. Okay. We just have to start piecing this together, and we gotta start from somewhere. That means that any prefix, well, no. Because it's not even that simple, right? Remember that we can have a for loop, right? Okay. So we have scoping. I'm gonna have to untangle the entire scope. All the scope code. All right. We are gonna have a long stream today. Or actually, we're gonna have 2 streams today. I'm gonna go and eat some lunch soon, and then we're gonna tackle this thing. Because this means unpacking all the scoping logic that is in there. We're gonna start with expressions, RS. Into the lookup function we go. So technically, any ident can any ident has to go directly to local scope, right? That's because the idents aren't dot lookups, right? They're just singular names. I think everything else is going to be an index. Man, this is gonna be so hard. I'm gonna have to rewrite all this, aren't I? So when we load a state value into the scopes, thank you for the follow. Yeah, oh my god, okay. Fine. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, we're gonna rewrite a whole lot of code now. Okay, there's no way I'm doing this on an empty stomach. Let's find someone to raid. I'm gonna go need some food, and then I'm gonna come back and one more test case. What happened if you... Okay, I'm waiting. I'm waiting, Draco, to see this test case. So all of them are missing the values. It would just result to nothing. That won't do anything. Okay. I will be back shortly. I'm just gonna go and eat some food. I have to figure out what I'm gonna eat. Like A and B. Yeah, that would just be nothing, right? I can actually show you this before we go. It does nothing. There is no value. So yes. Oh, double. Wait, do you literally mean double? No, but I have... Listen, it's not like chat is void of typos, okay? So... No, that's an parse error, right? So it's fine. All right, I'll be back.